All right, I'm on. I am on. Okay, you're going to hear a repeat until I turn this down. Okay, we are good now. I want to thank Mikey for all of his help. It's been unbearable. Mic check. All right, so Mikey had a great broadcast this morning. I was listening in to all of his conversation. He had some really great comments and great points. During the opening range, we're following, let me see, let me set my charts up to what's working today. Let me set my charts. All right. Just give me a second. I want to get up to speed. And let me share a link. All right. Let's see, workhorse continuation. Let me just set my charts up to what's working. Let's see, workhorse, Capri, pull back a little bit, Capri from the highs. K through 12 pushing higher. Tesla following through. All right. Micron looking good. All right, so Mikey started off the day with a very well thought out process during the opening range. We're watching for stocks to build above VWAP and for RBOL to be above 1.5 to 2. That way we know what stocks are in play. We keep track of half a dozen stocks during the day, and that gives us a good opportunity, a better opportunity to be in stocks that are in play. All right, there goes Tesla. Tesla on the move. Tesla's on the move. Tesla breaking out, okay? Tesla's breaking out. All right, you can move your stops. I'm going to just make sure everybody has the length. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to send out the link to everyone. It's lunchtime anyway. We usually get pullbacks during lunch. ABCD patterns. We're looking for B and C pivots if you missed the morning leg higher. If you've ever driven long distance, you know my plight. My wife, I dragged her along too. Drove down to New Jersey Friday, packed up the remaining belongings in a 16-foot truck, and drove back to Myrtle Beach. Got back yesterday, unloaded. Not something I recommend. For you truckers out there, I have empathy. All right, watching stocks. Tesla continues. All right. I think everybody knows now where we are. If they didn't get it in the alerts channel, I just sent out an email to everyone with the link. All right. Okay, that's that. All right, so now we can move along. Tesla continuation. We got Capri holdings bouncing off of VWAP. We got volume starting to increase. Watching Capri. Capri looks good on the daily as well as the 5-minute and 60-minute. Looks like we could see at least 24 before forming a consolidation area or handle. Looks like a cup and handle pattern. Capri. All right. Let's see, Capri has about another 20 cents in DTR.
CEO Mary Barra speaking at RBC conference says electric vehicles represent key growth segment for the company.
All right, so stocks appear to be consolidating the morning gains. Futures are building a profile north of 3386, 3500. OPEX, we've got monthly options expiring on Friday. Most of the open interest at institutions, market makers, and dealers have shown us, tells us that 3,500 is resistance. Don't anticipate we'll be above 3,500. It gives us another 120 handles to go, 110 handles to go. Into Friday, we got tick cumulative fast signals trying to turn up. We still are producing lower highs and lower lows as we build a base. And the indices, SPY, S&P 500 Qs, and IWM, after the Thursday pullback over a week ago, we are on day 7. Since we didn't have Monday trading last week, we have day 7, day 8 of a base. If it's going to move lower, it probably would have already done it. We have a lot of stocks acting more bullish, so that's supportive. And if we start to push out of this base, many of these stocks that are showing relative strength most likely have been bought by institutions, helping support price action.
Caesars now with their press release, multi-year deal between Caesars and ESPN to feature Wade Hill sports betting apps and sports book odds. That's Charlie Zulu Romeo.
MarketSmith, we've got a number of breakouts today. Breakout alerts on MarketSmith. Let's take a look at some of those. All right, so today we've got DraftKings, AEM, Miners. We saw Virtu, VRTU, that was last week. A few breakouts today, DraftKings and AEM on MarketSmith. Thank you, Anton. News with ESPN, DraftKings, a deal. All right, so that was a nice little spike. I would never chase, never chase. You always regret it. Look for price action to settle down and give you a good entry point after confirmation. Watching DraftKings at the moment. Starting to move, looks good. IB, implied volatility, is at 93%. So if you're buying options, I'd be buying in the money or trading spreads. Sell out of the money, buy in the money. Knox, we talked about Knox with Mikey this morning before noon. November, Oscar, X-ray, Knox, N-N-O-X. All right, Capri stopped at the 200.
Palantir Technology says now.
Workhorse flagging at the highs. Maybe take some profits off if you're day trading. RVOL and VWAP. Pay attention to those two, plus pattern recognition, ABCD patterns, etc. RVOL and VWAP will make your day. Most of the time, one good trade a day is all it takes. Make that $500 a day goal, which translates into $10,000 a month average. That includes a loser or two during the day. So if you net $500 a day, that's $10,000 a month in income, $120 a year. Obviously, there's some holidays thrown in there for good measure. All right, so it looks good. For the evening session, let's see what they're talking about on halftime report. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Mine was full up. I hope I don't have to do that for a few more years. The movers are so expensive, they're charging extraordinary fees to move. Move household contents. I got one quote for $15,000, which was insane. We're only talking about a 2,000 square foot. If you figure all of the rooms that had furniture in it, about 2,000 square feet of a 3,000 square foot house, there's no reason for it to be that expensive, but that's what they were charging. So we'll end up doing it ourselves, which turned out to be okay. So keep an eye on Ryder. The New Jersey outfit on Saturday told me that they had 40 trucks outbound of New Jersey and only one on average coming back to New Jersey. So a lot of people moving out of the state, out of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, the predominant areas. People moved in next door are Patriot fans, and we got Giants fans on the other side and across the street. You know that? Yeah, the people next door. Talking to my son. He's doing his homework in the room where it's quiet. Just remember, you shouldn't chase. You don't need to chase anything during the day. You want to see the best setups to take. Look at Workhorse, for example. It's staying inside of what's called the fast lane between standard deviation 1 plus 1 VWAP bands and standard deviation 2 plus 2 VWAP bands. I believe Grover calls that zone 5. I might be wrong. But we have a average true range of $2.15. We've already exceeded that range. Workhorse is up $2.24. Now, occasionally you will beat out ATR. Nothing scientific about ATR other than the fact it's an average range for daily trading. Now, occasionally you'll have a expansion day. It looks like Workhorse is starting to build that breakout that we're looking for. Look at the daily chart and you'll see what I'm talking about. There is a distinct cup and handle pattern showing up. Tesla, a little consolidation. Capri, Workhorse is what I want to look at. Workhorse on the daily. Let me just go over here. Daily Workhorse. All right, you can see the cup and handle pattern on Workhorse.
NKLA, Nikola, and CNHI, CNH Industrial building 5 TRE prototypes now based on IFCO 5-way structures, and you are at this moment with a Nikola team on site. Plan is to accumulate miles on our test track in 2020.
All right, so we basically got this flag breakout on Workhorse. You can see the breakout volume by the end of the day given 1.07 should be about what we saw yesterday, should be about average. So if we get average, it's still a decent amount of volume. Workhorse. All right, so Workhorse breaking out. We've got K through 12, LRN. We looked at that one last week. Starting to move. LRN, Workhorse looks good. Snap, starting to see some profit taking in Snap. If you don't have Grover's script, what we look for is relative volume. So if you look at the volume this morning on the 14th and you compare it to the 11th, you can see Micron was flat. VWAP was flat for the most part. Volume picked up today and has been above average most of the day, Micron. We're trading 1.68 RVOL. So that tells you that the stock is being supported by more buyers than sellers, and something you definitely want to have as a reference point. Pinterest, pulling back a bit at VWAP. Pinterest at VWAP. So if you didn't take profits at the high of the day when Mikey was talking about it, we're watching for a reaction here. Facebook pulled back as well. So we've got the indices consolidating at the highs just below the monthly point of control for September. 33.86 is the monthly point of control. The weekly is right at the same area as we consolidate at highs. Looks like we're going to test the lower part of the range. So if your stock is showing relative strength to the markets at the moment, like Workhorse or LRN or Micron, those are good candidates, because if the markets do turn, we'll see stocks like those or Capri bounce off of VWAP. Most likely Tesla is pulling back. It's in the fast lane between standard deviation 1 and standard deviation 2. Bollinger Bands. All right, so it's above zone 6 right now. Price action's above zone 6 on Tesla. Showing strength. There goes DraftKings. Really nice move on DraftKings. Breaking out, most likely continues. DraftKings, I'm probably going to buy some shares. Small for now because it could pull back first. DraftKings most likely will flag. All right. Cleveland's a good place to be from, Rick. That's pretty funny. We'll go back to New Jersey from time to time. My kids have a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends from there over 30 years living in New Jersey. It's just it was time to leave. I mean, the real estate values were just crazy. I couldn't pass it up. The profits that you could make. I mean, it's like it would be like owning Facebook at $50 per share and have it trade where it is right now. Of course, you're going to take some profits off, maybe leave some on. But the profit from selling our house, because the market was so tight, there was no inventory. People were offering crazy prices for a house. Of course, a house in New York versus a house in New Jersey, there's a big difference, especially if you lived out on Long Island or someplace like that. Forget about Manhattan. I won't even compare that. But DraftKings looked pretty good. But it's definitely a seller's market in North Jersey. Okay. So DraftKings, all right, DraftKings is giving us an opportunity. All right, DraftKings looks good. It's pulling back, starting to form a pivot. So it might be a better place to, I know it's going to be a better place to look at. Tesla's putting in a higher low. Tesla's trending, looking good. Capri consolidating on top of VWAP. It's lunchtime. Pinterest bouncing off of VWAP. We find some volume coming in. Watch Pinterest. Tesla looks good. Facebook pulled back to zone 2 VWAP, below VWAP. So watch. Maybe we'll get a dip buy there. Pretty big daily range on average true range is $10.45. We ran up to $8 and saw some sellers come in. So that would be your first alert. That may be taking profits at the highs of the day. Going into that A pivot. Capri looks like it's going to be a day trade here. Another day trade setting up on Capri at VWAP. All right. Right, stop would be below VWAP around, what is that, 21? Give it about 1975. Capri looks like it's going to go. All right, let's see what these guys are talking about on CNBC. All right, they're at station break right now. Okay. All right, so Capri's going. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Patel. All right. You never have to chase a stock. You're always going to get, stock is going to be bullish. You're going to get an opportunity to get, depending on what time of day. This time of day during lunch, you want to be looking for B and C pivots because the morning traders will take their profits with respect to Capri. That was around 21.38. But that doesn't mean it's all over with. Most stocks will trade, bullish stocks will trade in the upper half of their daily range by the close. So right now we're looking for B and C pivots, a higher low, a B pivot here. A was at around 21.38, pulled back during lunch, right to VWAP, right where we would suspect that buyers will step up. We're seeing volume coming in now above average R-ball. So we want to see that follow through. If you're taking an entry here, maybe a stop underneath VWAP. Nah, I don't really care about the news. All right, so we got a hurricane, huh? Over in the Gulf. It's in the Gulf of Mexico. It's nowhere near us.
So that's our hurricanes here.
A couple of them, yeah. All right, watch Capri. Capri looks like a good day trade. Have shares on Capri. Looking for a follow through. All right, folks. XLF strong all morning. You finished the whole thing? Oh, the chapters you're supposed to do? Okay, good. All right, Tesla, pulling back a little bit. Watch Tesla. MGM.
It hasn't exactly had outstanding performance, obviously, because of what's happened with the limited access to bringing more folks on. But I think the deal focus over on Caesars, if people are forgetting about MGM, is mistaken. I think MGM is still a significant player in the space. Good exposure all over.
So, Mr. Najarian, Doc Najarian talking about MGM.
Exactly, throw this one out at this level, Scott. Kind of the opposite of some of that superheating that we talked about in other sectors. Yeah. This one's been flat on its back for most of the last 3 months. Part of the problem. I'm sorry, Doc. I thought you were finished. I apologize. Joe, part of the problem is the pizzazz, if you will.
DraftKings looking for a pullback.
Right? Contessa comes on. She talks about Caesars. Caesars making a nice move. You got Penn National, the deal with Barstool, DraftKings. What about here? Do you still own Penn or no? I got out of Penn way too soon, and I am going to completely disagree with my good friend John Najarian. I would not buy MGM here. I think they are in the wrong destinations here domestically. New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, the states that they're in.
In addition to that, what's very important is some form of a digital presence. MGM, their digital presence, they only own 15% of it. So yes, Penn National is the correct way to approach this right now. They'll be launching the online betting app soon. They don't have, they're not hamstrung by these destinations that are in the wrong place. And clearly they have.
All right, so we got ABCD patterns setting up B and C.
Just look at what was just announced with DraftKings and ESPN. Why is that? They're going after the content relationship.
Workhorse consolidating.
Currently with Penn National and say what you want, Dave Portnoy and Barstool has done an incredibly compelling job gaining
That's an interesting name, Barstool.
content, and now they're going to be
DraftKings.
on terms of
All right, it's not pulling back very much, so keep an eye on it. I want to see the volume continue.
That's why, Jim, as you make the argument that, you know, it's a
NIMO is about to cross zero. That's telling us that breadth is improving.
That's not necessarily true. And the performance of some of these other stocks would suggest that you don't. You just need to be just said.
DraftKings looks like it's going to break out.
Interesting calls today. Rahel is with us as usual to go through some of those. Hey, Rahel.
Hi, Scott. Yeah, and it's quite a mixed bag today. So let's start with Morgan Stanley initiating coverage of Thermo Fisher with an overweight rating. Price target goes
TMO,
to
IBD stock, TMO getting it.
Analysts expect continued market share gains in biopharma, especially emerging markets in Asia. Consider this, Scott. So TMO's revenue in China jumped from $400 million in 2010 to nearly $3 billion in 2019. Stocks also had a nice run this year, up about 35%. It's about 5% right now. GameStop to buy own price target increases $1 to $8. Note points out that with the new PlayStation and Xbox being released this year, that should give GameStop at least a strong 12 months. And finally, Needham is initiating coverage of Overstock with a buy rating. Price target goes to $96. So on continued strength in the home category and also a new management team, the stock has seen a sharp turnaround. Stock up 2,100% in the last 6 months. And for context, on January 1st, its market cap was $278 million. Today, it's more like $3 billion.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Rahel, thank you. Rahel Solomon there. Jim, you own Thermo?
Okay, looking for DraftKings to break out. This could be a nice swing. DraftKings. DraftKings looks like a nice cup and handle breakout. There's no handle yet, but volume is increasing. I think DraftKings is probably going to be a good one. 44.79. Let me just mark this chart up. 44.79. DANG. This is more for traders that like swings, like Manny, if you're listening, Manny. Yeah, Apple's got some big options trading over the last couple of weeks. And they released the 5G phone. Yeah, Tesla, yeah. Tesla looks good. It's creating B and C pivots here. It's strong. It's probably going to close in the upper half of its daily range. Looking for Capri to continue higher. Pinterest as well. DraftKings. DraftKings going. There goes DraftKings breaking out.
Welcome back. Let's get to Frank Holland. He has our ATM bench today. Hey, Frank. There's Scott. Big in the edge drive the tech space higher today between Oracle's TikTok bid and NVIDIA's acquisition of SoftBank's ARM. That's all powering the growth train, at least for the moment. But over the past month, we've seen strong value ETFs, dollars worth of outflows from growth funds like the Vanguard Growth ETF. That's the VUG. So is the value train actually broken? Joining me now to discuss are Tom Rosenbluth, Senior Director, ETF and Mutual Fund Investing at CFRA, and Steve Grasso from Share positive for the day after being down earlier in the session. A couple of headlines coming out that are going to get some interest. GM CEO Mary Barra, remember GM.
All right, Tesla looks like it's going to keep going.
With Nikola taking an 11% stake in the company regarding the comments from Hindenburg Research, basically accusing Nikola of being, fraudulent in their claims about the trucks that they're building and developing. GM's Mary Barra said they have done due diligence that was done in the deal. So it says that the deal gives GM size and scale, so they're standing beside Nikola. Bottom line is this, Scott. You've got GM CEO Mary Barra less than a week after GM made a big deal with Nikola coming out and saying
DraftKings looking good for a swing.
we're essentially standing by Nikola. He did due diligence on this company. Yeah. Hey, Phil, I don't know what Nikola was doing before this report. Could we show the intraday? Yeah, it was negative at the beginning of the day. That was not part of the sales pitch. That was merely a video. From Hindenburg Research, but they then go on to say that's not. You're surprised at all, Phil, that Mary Barra came out today and basically said we have that back, so to speak. I'm not, Scott, I'm not, because I've talked with some people who are intimately familiar with General Motors and the due diligence that they did. They believe that Nikola does give them some real opportunities here, and that the work that Nikola is doing is legitimate. Now, does that mean that Nikola is going to be a home run? That it's going to be as huge as it's a deal that they would work with, and they certainly don't believe that this was a case of Trevor Milton and the people at Nikola pulling one over him. Yeah, no, I ask you the question because, no CEO, especially somebody of Mary Barra's stature, wants to come out and end up having egg all over their face, if not omelet all over their suit. Right, right. And there are people that I've talked with who said, look, if you go point by point in the Hindenburg Research report, there are certain things that just don't completely add up. Now,
All right, looks good. Facebook pulling back, so that was a day trade.
their complaints, one of the things that they brought up in the report, that this was not a self-powered semi in the video.
LRN at the highs. Workhorse about to break higher again, a higher low. AB, B pivot is in. Micron pulling back the VWAP. DraftKings looks very nice. Futures continue to base and build a profile. All right, so just to refresh for those of you who are new members, in the early morning, you can check Mikey's YouTube channel as well and just review what he talked about in the first hour of the trading session. I thought that was very eloquently put together, repeating some of the things that we talk about. Some of the things we talk about at the opening range, there's no need to rush. You want to look for the best possible setups, 6,500 to 7,000 stocks at any point in time, 7,000 stocks to choose from. You want to look at quality names, even stocks that are new, IPOs. You want to look at quality. You want to look at relative volume. Relative volume should be above 1, 1.5 is my threshold. And 2 or higher tells you that the stock is in play. So what that's basically telling you is that more eyeballs are looking at it. So patterns will work a lot better when R-vol is above 2. It gives you an added level of confidence. Most new traders are a little reluctant to press the buy trigger, But if a stock is starting to move higher after the opening range, the first 30 minutes of the trading day, R vol's above 2, and you get some sort of event or news, and the stock breaks out and starts rising rapidly like DraftKings, then you know the stock is in play and it's a lot of eyeballs on it. So a stock that's in play shouldn't fail during the day. And if it does, you can use Grover's scripts, or you can use a trailing stop on each 5-minute candle if you're a day trader. If you're a swing trader, you want stocks to trade in the upper half of the daily range. The fact that it's got 2 or better R-vol is telling you that a pocket pivot will probably be what you'll see at the end of the day. Pocket pivot is a green day volume bar at the bottom of your chart. The volume bar will exceed the previous 10 days red or bearish volume. The reason why that's important is because when you see a pocket pivot, it usually indicates that institutions have been picking up shares, that they're active. So R-vol, VWAP, event news, you want stocks to stay above your VWAP and rise if you're bullish, or stay below if you're bearish. Just keep an eye on VWAP. If VWAP is flat, then you know that you're probably going to have a doji day. You won't have much momentum. So these things add up into a more profitable edge in your trading. All you need is 2 or 3 of these type of trades during the day. We had 6 or 8 this morning, 9 I believe, all working. Some of them pulled back like Micron, but the rest are looking really good. LRN continuation from last week, Workhorse at the highs of the day. Facebook pulled back, so selling at the high of the day, that A pivot, you started to see those candles where we lost the 10:50, 11 o'clock range. You lost that, so that's where you would be taking stops off, where you'd be taking profits off. VWAP pull back Snap pull back the VWAP. That looks like it's going to break higher. Tesla's been a winner today. Capri is at the highs. Pinterest, a little bit off the highs, but that looks good. DraftKings, right now we're watching in the evening session for a follow-through breakout on the news. Because they're doing a deal with ESPN. They have a co-exclusive sportsbook link, exclusive daily fantasy sports provider of the media giant for ESPN. Links across ESPN digital platforms will connect fans to DraftKings products and services. That has to be a revenue generator, and to be able to ink a deal like that with ESPN or Disney, really, the parent company, that's a big plus. I'm not a big fan of sports at the moment, only because of all the politics that are involved. It's just me. It's a personal thing. But I am paying attention to these stocks that are showing relative volume and relative strength. DraftKings most likely will break out of this big cup pattern on the daily, and it's already breaking out anyway. So RSI's got room to run. You got volume coming in that tells you that smart money was already getting into DraftKings prior to the breakout in the news. So somebody always knows ahead of time, and DraftKings is showing that kind of follow through. So if you're a swing trader like Manny or some of the others in the room, like Anton and others, yeah, his name is Anton, not Antoine, but Anton in Russian. Yeah, just talking to my son. So many of you are swing traders, so these are the type of positions that you want to be taking off of the 9 EMA. If you look at the DraftKings chart that I posted a few minutes ago, you'll see price action held the 50-day last week, and then it pushed above the 21-day, closed above the 9 EMA. Then it flagged Thursday, Friday into the 9 EMA, and today it's pushing off the 9 EMA. You can definitely see the buyers stepping up at the low of the day. We're probably going to close in the upper half of the daily range. I don't think this is going to be a one-day expansion day. This could be an expansion day that's followed by a second, just given the volume and where MACD is at the present time. It's above its signal line and rising and bullish. So DraftKings is a pretty solid looking stock right here with news behind it, and you got relative volume. So relative volume and a news event or a tier 1 upgrade, watch the upgrades come in tomorrow. That would be perfect for DraftKings. Just continue to move your stop up. wherever it's appropriate for you. All right, thank you, Corey. Thanks for that update. Yeah, so Corey, we were saying the same thing earlier. We did see price action on the futures moving higher. We saw breadth improving, but we didn't have a lot of, with tick cumulative is not giving us the thumbs up yet in futures. We're starting to see fast signal turning up now. So that'll turn into higher highs and higher lows on tick if we can break this downtrend that we started at the beginning of August. The beginning of August, we started this downtrend in tick. That told you that institutions were taking profits into strength. And then on the week of, was it September 1st, we had a breakdown in tick. It was that sideways range. If you're a Thinkorswim user and you're not using tick cumulative, you are missing a big part of the picture. I think it's the biggest part of the picture because it's institutions that rule the market. Tick cumulative the September 1st broke down on a Wednesday. That was prior to the Thursday drawdown into Friday, 6% in 2 days. Had you been paying attention to tick cumulative, we were talking about this during the live session the week before our closing on our house in New Jersey, that institutions were selling into strength. So what was I doing? I was selling into strength. I was reducing position size. I was taking down the number of positions that I was trading. And the next day is when the markets rolled over and lost 6% in 2 days. Now, I didn't make any changes to my 401k, but all I did was change my allocations a little bit here and there. And bonds picked up a little slack. We had some hedges in gold that picked up a little slack. And hedges in VXX, calls, SQQQ, and PXU, all those hedges that you can add. So you really don't have to make big changes to your portfolio for the longer term traders and swing traders. So right now we're waiting for tick cumulative to change course. It's been in a downtrend since the Thursday reversal and move lower. And last weekend, not this past weekend, because there was no weekend video, but the previous weekend, September 5th, 6th, when we sent out a video, we told you that we were looking for a base. So there was no hurry to jump into a lot of new positions. What we were looking for is a base. At the same time, we were looking for stocks that were creating good setups, because Thursday, Friday, that drawdown Thursday, Friday, you didn't know if it was going to continue to move lower. We suspected by looking at the Gamma channel that open interest was telling us what institutions had planned, and it didn't look like we could pass through 3,400 and certainly 3,200. All right, so Doc is talking about Snap right now. Yeah, that looks good. Axta, Exalta Holdings, I wouldn't chase it, but looks good. Arval is at 3.
Last Wednesday. Today, he announces a strategic partnership with Seattle Genetics It's Nathan Long. This is a fantastic oncology deal. Seattle Genetics is going to go well north of $200. All right, Rob Seach, time's running out. What do you got quick? XLI Industrial Sector ETF, tough first 3 quarters, but they're going to rally like your Washington football team did on Kim's Eagles yesterday.
All right, Exalta Holdings continuation. High R-ball. That shows you perfect example. All right, LRN. Typical of LRN to take traders take profits at the high of the day. I cannot express enough that a stock needs to sustain R vol throughout the day. You've got Axalta coatings, AXTA alpha, X-ray, Tango alpha, showing 3.47 R vol. We just got a big burst in volume as we broke out of that ascending triangle on a 5-minute chart around 12:35, 12:40, right when Mr. Najarian mentioned it, but it's not pulling back and R vol is picking up. So that's a good sign. I would not chase it up here. Wait for a pullback. Maybe this is the A pivot for today. A lot of times we'll see these A pivots around 12:30 to 1 o'clock. If you watch the workflow video, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Looking for this to pull back, B and C pivots. Snap. Got a nice pop and snap there. Maybe a place to take some profits. Snap looks good. Let me see. Snap. Let me just check something real quick. Hope everybody had a good morning. I have to agree. I'm seeing some nice comments about Heart Pumper. Very unselfish person, very intelligent trader. He's mostly into the longer term. He's not really big on day trading, but he walks the walk and talks the talk. He knows exactly what we're looking at as a team. We're always building off of the same mentality, same strategies. There's a lot of different strategies in the room. Anton's more of a swing trader. Grover does a lot of that too, but he also does a lot of intraday scalps and day trades. There's so many of you that I might not mention. Don't get offended. I know who all of you are and the type of trades you take. A lot of good people in the room exercising their teamwork in the trading room. I really appreciate it. It's a great room. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Positions. Let me just check and see how much profit I have on Snap. Maybe I want to take a little bit off. All right. Workhorse, definitely nice move. Workhorse at the highs of the day. Thinking about taking a little bit of workhorse off here. Workhorse, we're up. It's almost 6% on the day. Since I got into it, it's up about 133%. You guys going swimming? Oh, okay. Workhorse at the highs. Let's see. Workhorse is above its average true range. You might want to think about taking some profits off here at the eye of the day as a day trade. I'm going to take 3/4 off. I have a fairly large position in Workhorse. I'm going to take my risks down a little bit. It's probably going to continue higher. All right, so I'll add to it tomorrow maybe. So how you doing, buddy?
Good.
What do you think of all these charts? Up and to the right, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
AXTA, LRN. This is the company that I'm probably going to get Felicia to use for her high school online trading.
Yeah.
Workhorse, that's electric vehicles there. That's up and to the right. Just took some profits there.
It's definitely going up today. Hopefully today, tomorrow, and the day after, it's going to be at its peak.
Okay, bud. Thank you.
It's going to be a lot more expensive tomorrow than 3 days from now. Closer to the end of the week, or the beginning of next week. Wait, today's Monday. So yeah, closer to the end of the week. Closer to like Friday. But Friday, Thursday.
All right, took 3/4 of my day trade shares off on Workhorse. It could break out some more. Could be an expansion day. That's fine. I don't mind if I miss some, but I definitely want to be taking profits methodically over time. All right, you're up. If you're up 5-10% on a day, you should be thinking about that. You know, if you take a 1 or 2% loss, as Mikey likes to teach, all right, that looks good. Knox, that's okay. Looking for that to turn. Tesla looks good. Tesla's a good trade. All right, looks like DraftKings going to go. DraftKings looks really good. I'm looking for a follow through. All right. DraftKings watching that for a follow through. Nice expansion day. Relative volume on the daily is also very notable on the 60-minute and the 5-minute, all three time frames. All right, looks like a nice base over the last 5 trading days, right in this zone. SPY looks good. We're going to get a NIMO crossing 0, which forms a Tesla. Take profits on Tesla. Tesla, take profits. All right, folks, that looks good. Looks good. VIX. VIX is, the lower VIX moves, the less important it is. But we still need to pay attention to options volume. That's one of the keys. We want to see where institutions are positioned. VIX just means that the volatility premium will start to contract. So you won't make as much money trading options than you normally would on the indices anyway. Thank you, Corey, for the update. Pins, Pinterest, just below VWAP. VWAP is flattening out. You can see the band starting to go parallel to the range. So I'm not expecting Pinterest to drop off or waterfall at all. I'm just looking for price action to stick around VWAP and move sideways at this point. Same with Capri Holdings. Tesla. Could be that Tesla, the pullback to VWAP is going to get bought. We need to see how that reacts. We're watching DraftKings. And watching how Snap had a nice little pop up to the highs. Where Mr. Najarian mentioned it. Looking for a follow through. And Workhorse is doing well. We got this little hammer forming on the 5-minute chart. Slope is still very green on Workhorse, so the slope is moving higher. Price is above. We want to see it continue to push. I took 3/4 off at the high, pull back a little bit. I'll look to day trade it again tomorrow. You should as well if you're thinking about day trading it. Futures pulling back into what looks like a larger range. If you're looking at the 5-minute chart or a tick chart on futures, make sure you zoom out to the hourly. Hourly is in this huge range that we've seen since 2 weeks ago, Thursday. We pulled back. Friday started to stabilize. With monthly point of control, we're right at it, so it's not that big a deal. Tick cumulative is turning green. That's could be the beginning of a trend. All right. Let's see. I'm going to just show you what I'm looking at here. It's like a big base. All right, it's 5-to-1 up volume, so there's probably not much of a chance that we're going to sell off dramatically. Okay. Hi. What's up? Yes, ma'am. What's up? I will be now. Daughter, you going to curse at me or something? You look so happy that yesterday when you came back from your date with Alexander. I'm not kidding. You look a lot more. Look a lot taller with him. What's he, about 6'3" or something like that? 6'2"? Yeah. Nice guy. Hey, baby. No, I forgot to update the Gamma channel. Let me just update Gamma while I'm thinking about it. Am I on mute? No, I'm okay. Let's see. All right, looks like 5-to-1 up volume. It's not much of a chance we're going to roll over. Never say never, but for the most part, stocks should respond with B and C pivots. When you got 5-to-1 up volume, what's the result of 5-to-1? What it's telling you is that they are buying 5 times as much as they're selling. It's positive. So of all those stocks that are out there, is yours moving with the markets. So you have a tailwind, plus you got 5-1. It's telling you there's more advancers than decliners. So a pretty good shot that your stock, if you're looking at, say, Workhorse, that they're still buying. And the opportunity exists that you have a base that we're breaking higher from on the indices. So all of that should make sense to you. I'm going to just update Gamma. I forgot to do that this morning. My bad. I wonder where that expression "my bad" came from. That sounds stupid. Sounds a little stupid to me. All right. Let's see. 9:14 a.m. Let me just copy this. Spot Gamma. Gamma, Gamma, Gamma. All right, so futures were up a bit this morning prior to the opening bell. I'm just reading Gamma. Into positive Gamma territory. Qs are still holding a solidly negative Gamma position, inferring greater tech volatility, which we've seen. Facebook, for example, pulled back from the highs quite dramatically. It had an ATR of around $10. It ran up about $7, $8, and then it sold off a little bit. And that's just me talking. So greater volatility in tech makes sense. The dominant open interest position for September OPEX this Friday remains 3350 to 3400, and our levels reflect that. 3350 had 77,000 calls and 56,000 puts. Trade Friday making it the largest volume strike. 3350. All right, so 3350 is another reason why we'll probably see price action stay above this area. 3350 held, and we pushed above it. We're trading above 3375 right now. Can we come back to 3350 and stay in this area before pushing higher? Sure, that's possible. 3,300 puts were also active with 48,000 in volume, but only 6,000 net open interest add for those 3,300 puts. So there's lots of day trades going on. That's exactly what we've been doing. Lots of day trades against core positions. So a lot of strikes, a lot of 3,300 puts being active this week, basically. So far, there's a large strip of puts at 33.55 that were net closed, which may well have fueled the bounce off the 33.10 lows. So they took those 33.55 puts off for a profit. Single stock data, Gamma levels are well off record August levels. If you check out Spot Gamma's site, I think you might be able to read the what was it? The SoftBank, the big trade on SoftBank. All those options that we're trading last week, we were talking about how individual stock call options were very elevated. There was a lot of Gamma in individual names, and it was SoftBank that was doing all the trading. So they made a lot of money last week. Hopefully you did as well. Make sure you check out the Gamma channel if you're a member. Very important to review that on a daily basis, the updates. My apologies for not being earlier with that this morning. That's okay. It's supportive of this 5-to-1 up volume that we're seeing right now. We're seeing 5-to-1 up volume on the NYSE and the NASDAQ, even though there's greater volatility in the NASDAQ at present. Stocks like Facebook had a nice run up, as I was just saying, and sold off a bit. Still very bullish, though. I'd be interested in Facebook on the pullback. Exalta Holdings, we've got LRN, K through 12 education moving higher. Those are creating B pivots. We got Facebook pulling back even more. So Facebook's giving back all of the gains for the day. And from what Spot Gamma was saying, I think it was Glenn over at Spot Gamma. That's telling you to expect that volatility. So when you get those profits, you got to take profits into strength as a day trader, constantly taking profits into strength, especially when you lose VWAP after a big push like that. Snap looking for a bounce. Capri Holdings, we got a flat VWAP, flat standard deviation bands on Capri. It'll probably stay inside or standard deviation 1 above and below VWAP, most likely. Tesla pulling back to VWAP. What we're looking for on Tesla right now is for buyers to step up right near VWAP. If they do, that would be confirmation. And we'd look for price action to move back up to that 410 level, the highs of the day. Pinterest, again, flat VWAP, moving sideways. So you should anticipate that. Yeah, true. All right, so you made your money in the morning. That's what you want to do. The A pivot, you take if you're day trading, you're taking your profits into that A pivot. Stocks all trade up to the A pivot on their own time frame. Okay, most times it's between 9:30 we break out, opening range breakout around 10:15. You start to see VWAP mature. You know, with our high RVOL, that institutions are the ones doing most of the trading. And then as the stock moves away from VWAP, and VWAP, the green bars on Grover's charts will tell you that the slope in the VWAP continues to rise. If it's red, it means it's dropping. So you watch that slope. Once you start to see the slope changing direction or backing off on Grover's scripts, that's telling you definitely take some profits off the table and then re-examine or reassess the chart later. DraftKings on all 3 time frames, 5 minute, 60 minute, and the daily are above average. That's telling you institutions are the ones that are active and make that a good swing trade. Is it a guarantee? It's never a guarantee. Thank you, Robert. Thanks, Robert. Match.com. Robert's trading Match.com, or was a few minutes ago. I'm a few minutes late answering his comment. Let's see. Let's put Match here. MTCH. Yeah, Match.com 1.4 RVOL. Looks good, Robert. Oops. All right, so Match.com's been moving sideways during the evening session. You're looking at the same situation on many of these stocks. You got VWAP going horizontal, and price action will most likely stay in between the upper and lower bands. Let me see what this looks like. Dark. Nope. Did I mess something up here? Oh, is that easier to read, by the way? Is this easier to read? Is a dark scheme easier to read? All right, I'm just going to fill this out here. Let's see if this looks good. For the evening. Mikey, thanks so much for everything you've been doing, man. Great teamwork. Keeping everybody in line. Especially that Anton character. I know he disrupts the class from time to time. How does that look? Does that look better? I'm not sure if it helps you guys or not. I'm going to get rid of all this text too if I can. Could be. Let me see. Yeah, it looks okay to me. Looks okay. All right, I'll try this for a few minutes to see how this looks, okay? Maybe if I'm going to save this as a style. While we're waiting for the market, so I'm just going to save this as a style. Figure out how to do that. Oh, that's what I want to do. Save it as a style, right? All right, this is a relatively new stock charts feature. These real-time charts. All right, so just watching. Most stocks should be near the highs of the session. If they're not, you probably shouldn't be in that particular position, hoping for something to happen. Hopium usually leads to a failed trade. So if it's not working and you're down 1 or 2%, what I typically do is take the position off, because you have stocks like Workhorse that'll be up 5, 6%, and those are the ones we want to be in. Okay, we've got DraftKings up 13% on the day. Of course, I didn't get in when you guys and ladies did, but still looks good. You got Tesla up 7.9%, and you got Micron up 6%. Futures look good in this big range. The chart that I posted in the trading room, we've got tick cumulative crossing over. You get VIX moving lower. So this looks pretty good. It looks good for the base breakout that we've been looking for. Day 8 will be tomorrow. Day 8. So that's what we're looking for. Day 8 to be 7, 8. Those are the days that we look for follow through. Thursday was the 3rd. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Day 8. Oh, today's day 8. Okay, so today is day 8 of the breakout. or excuse me, of the base forming. What are you talking about, Vinny? Where did my chart go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm in the wrong place. This should be there. Okay, that's better. That's better. All right, so we're on day 8 of the base forming. So we should see, there goes DraftKings. If you managed a position there, DraftKings looks like it's going to break out. DraftKings holding up very well. DraftKings looks really good for a swing. I think it's going to break out here. The news filtered through all of the trading desks, prop desks. You've got social media. You've got institutions. They'll position. They want to position without moving the stock too much because they don't want it to fly as they add positions. And the volume speaks to them entering in before the news came out anyway. All right, the 60 minutes breaking out. 60 minutes breaking out. Right, DraftKings, let's see, the base is 30. You got about a 14 to 15 point measured move. $13 to 14 point measured move. $14, 15 points. All right, we should be good. Yeah, looks good. Saba, what are you trading there? Mondo got a good one there. It looks pretty good. What do they do? Pharmaceuticals? Cassava, yeah, I've heard of them. That's not a shitter. DraftKings is going to go. All right, let me do something here. Let me go and buy some calls. I want to do in the money. DraftKings, it's already up. And what is the IV percent? 94. Shit, I can't buy calls here. I have to do a spread. Now, you could do in the money. You're just paying up. The problem with in the money here is that you're going to be paying premium. So any pullback or flag is going to kill the premium that you pay for this. That's the only problem. So I'll just stick with, I'm going to stick with shares on DraftKings. That's what I'll do. I'll buy some shares. That's fine. Shares are fine. Won't get the leverage that you do, but I also won't have the risk of my premium leaking out over the next couple of days. And once the IB comes back in a little bit, I'll think about options. Or you could also trade some kind of butterfly or something, or spread if you're so inclined. All right, let me buy some more shares of DraftKings. I'm going to do this in my kids' account. Stock quantity. I'll start with 100 shares for them. Each market order is fine. Buy to open. Buy. All right, so I'm buying some DraftKings for the kids. All right, Joss, so that's adding to my position, basically. DraftKings, IB is too high for me to buy options right now unless I do some spreads or something. All right, so I got them some shares. I have some shares. I like DraftKings. I'm not going to fall in love with the stock, but I certainly like the probabilities. All right, so it looks good. DraftKings continuation looks like it's going to break out. Is it a guarantee that it's going to break out? No, it's never a never a guarantee. But look at Capri is starting to move higher too. LRN, K through 12 education, online education, that's continuing higher, breaking out. Looking for Workhorse to continue higher. Micron, flat. All right, let's, DraftKings is there, Capri. What's Pinterest doing? Pinterest moving back. You have a good revenue model. Haven't heard much about what management is doing for expanding their profit and revenue stream, but price action says that institutions already know they have deeper pockets and bigger research departments. Tesla bouncing. Remember we were talking about Tesla bouncing at VWAP? Well, it did that 25 minutes ago, and relative volume started to pick up again. So that's a good sign. Capri, same thing. We're starting to see a negative slope that showed up on Grover's scripts, starting to head towards potentially a positive slope, resuming the trend. We got a flat VWAP right now, so we'll watch Capri, maybe a follow through. Pinterest looks good. We've got Snap following through. Match looks good. Robert's trading that. NNOX, November, Oscar X-ray. This is looking good right this moment. NNOX. Let's pull that up. Let's look at Pinterest, Capri, Workhorse. All right, let's look at NNOX. Mikey had some good things to say about their technology, potentially a buyout candidate. That would be huge. Should add some shares for my kids. All right, so it's moving above VWAP. Okay, NNOX looks like it's going to get going for a day trade. All right, we're at VWAP. If we get a lift, relative volume is 1.77. All right, so you guys should be having a good day. I was able to do some trading this morning as well while Mikey was broadcasting. Much easier when you're not broadcasting and paying attention to every little nuance to take some trades. You guys should try this. Anybody interested in broadcasting, we can try you out after hours. If you're interested, let me know. If you'd like to say a few things to the community and we can follow you and see how you do, or you can just talk to me. You can DM me and say that you have some interest and we'll think about it. What you anything that you do for the room teamwork wise is always appreciated, whether it's posting charts or doing live broadcasts or seminars like Mikey does. All right, there goes NNOX. I'm going to add to this. It looks like it's really going to go now. Let me add to this. Looks like Knox wants to go. I don't want to get too much exposure, but I do like what I'm seeing here. I don't like I don't like having more than 5% exposure on any one name. Use the model that institutions do. Once you get above 5, if your portfolio is 10% heavy in Tesla and it's a news-driven stock like Tesla, it's best to practice what institutions do and bring your risk exposure down to 5%. So Tesla would only have 5% max as a position. All right, yeah, let me add some to this. Let's see if it gets above VWAP. If it gets above VWAP and starts running, slope turns upward. We're watching here. A break above VWAP would definitely give us a heads up. Snap, high of the day. Snap looks good. You know what? I'll leave this alone. Knox, I don't have to take it. I don't have to take more today. Maybe the kids want some. Be cool if it got bought out, right? Snap looks good. Actually starting to feel alive again. That trip down to New Jersey, it took us 10 hours to get down there. It was actually 12 hours to get back. And we did about 4 hours of packing our remaining belongings that we had in storage, put it in a truck, and took off for Myrtle Beach. All told, it was about 30 hours, I guess, from the time we left on Friday to the time we got back on Sunday. We slept a little bit when we hit Roanoke, the Roanoke area of Virginia. No, is it Roanoke, Virginia, or Roanoke, North Carolina? No, Raleigh. Raleigh is where we slept. Okay, never mind. No, that's North Carolina. Roanoke. Roanoke. Roanoke, that's where we slept. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, snap, continue. Looks good. DraftKings, Knox, NNOX, that looks good. NNOX looks like it's going to go. Let's see, what's Knox IV rank? It's a new IPO, so it's probably not going to give. It's not applicable. It's a new IPO, so it's not going to give me an accurate IV percent. I can do that on TOS. I'm just talking out loud. Don't mind me chattering away. LRN at the highs. That looks good. All right, Workhorse breaking out. All right, so I'm going to add those shares back. Looks, what is it, 2 o'clock? Can we get an expansion day on Workhorse? Let's take a look at Workhorse. We marked the Workhorse chart up earlier. Possibly a expansion day on the breakout. Yeah, this looks really good. I got a feeling it's just going to keep trending. So with Workhorse, I already have a core position, been day trading around it. I took 3/4 off at the high. I'm going to leave it alone. It makes sense to leave it alone. Maybe we get a little dip tomorrow morning in a otherwise bullish trend. It could go back to the 90 MA, and I'd still be interested in my core position. I won't do anything unless it lost the 21 day. And that doesn't look like it's possible given what we're looking at right now. The volume is showing on Workhorse that institutions have been picking up shares. 25 million at a clip, at least 20 million in institutional volume past 2 days, Friday and today. And then, of course, last week, Tuesday and Wednesday had really high volume, about 60 million shares traded on Tuesday, and followed up by about 30 million on Workhorse on Wednesday. When institutions pick up shares, we saw the R-vol intraday was very high, giving us an edge, and that edge provided a nice move from the 20. Actually, we were in this one earlier, right? We got in like 1650, I believe, was the first entry, and then added to it, kept our core position, traded some intraday, day trades, scalps along the way. Workhorse has been a good trade over the last week or two. Very nice trade. It's been pretty reliable. When the institutions come in, you can see them. R-vol picks up, and it's exactly what we're seeing. R-vol is 1.03. It could be higher. Last week it was 2 and greater. Exalta Holdings hit the highs of the day, pulled back. You don't want to chase anything. Exalta now, AXTA, Alpha X-Ray Tango X-Ray Alpha, Alpha X-Ray Tango Alpha also looks good. On the pullback, I like it better on the pullback. I don't like chasing anything because intraday you're going to get an opportunity. If you catch yourself buying anything at the high of the day, you have to ask yourself, what time is it? What does R-vol look like? And do I have a better opportunity if I wait and be patient after 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock? If I miss the first opening range breakout, like with DraftKings, we missed that. I missed the breakout. You guys were on it quickly. All right, Knox pulling back. All right, so Knox, I'll leave it alone for now. DKNG. All right, that looks really good. Holding relative strength. I like the news a lot. I hate to keep talking this up like I'm super bullish, and I'm not going to fall in love with the stock, but the news combined with high R-vol tells me institutions are picking up shares, so it's a very decent probability that the swing will continue. Will we stay at the high of the day every day? Probably not. We're going to come back in every once in a while. Once you get used to the ebb and flow, Mike, you use the example of waves coming on the shore. They come in, they come out, but they keep coming in a bullish stock like DraftKings with the potential, I can't get out of my mind ESPN doing this exclusive deal with them. So do they start doing deals with all their products with other companies? I would think management's not going to rest on their laurels, and they've shown an indication that they can negotiate with the parent Disney for an ESPN exclusive. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let me add to DraftKings here. What did I just do? I just added shares to the kids' accounts. Okay. Charles Schwab. Antoine. It's up $5.62. All right, that looks good. That looks very nice. There goes DraftKings. All right, so there's your breakout. All right, so you can move your stop underneath that flag breakout zone. Under 47. There goes DraftKings. Boom, there it goes. DraftKings relative volume is 2.6. There we go. Nice breakout on DraftKings. All right, so you should be able to trade some. All right, DraftKings follow through. Very nice. All right, what a wonderful day in the neighborhood. There goes DraftKings. All right. Good job, folks. Good job. All righty. All right, DraftKings a little profit taking right there on that last 5-minute candle. All right, I'm going to need to step out of the room for 1 minute or two. Okay, DraftKings looks really good. Continuation, very nice. All right, 60-minute looks really good. 60-minute looks really good. $48.07, DraftKings continuation. All right, goes Workhorse breaking out. Workhorse breaking out. Workhorse is going. A little bit more. So if you liked Axalta Coatings AXTA Alpha X-Ray Tango Alpha, there's a better entry here on a B pivot if it holds. Relative volume is 3.3, so it's definitely being accumulated. The daily looks like again. AXTA. Yeah, it's big sideways range. So if we can break out AXTA above 25 or 2470, give or take, we should see a follow through. Workhorse continuation. DraftKings. Wow, that looks really good. DraftKings. Very happy. Finally, seeing some very constructive action out of DraftKings. Very constructive price action on the news, which makes a lot of sense. It's just common sense that if ESPN, the deal they put together, will add to their bottom line and that they're actually able to market more of their services, more income. Looks like profit taking, maybe some profit taking in DraftKings. Tesla, nice breakout. Tesla looks good. Tesla looks good. Pinterest, Capri, there goes Workhorse at the highs of the day. Tesla. All right, that looks good. What am I? Oh, 10-minute, no wonder it looks weird. All right, so it looks like we're going to break out of the range on Tesla. Capri at the highs. Match.com trying to break out. Rob was looking at Match.com before. That's looking like it's going to break out. Pinterest back above VWAP. Capri back above VWAP. So stocks are acting like this base is going to provide for higher levels, push off of this level on the futures. Looking good. Higher lows on the 60-minute time frame. Big range. Need to get above 3,400, 3,500. OPEX is on Friday. Six to one up volume on NASDAQ. $6.5. Tick cumulative trying to change direction. Tick cumulative, we just need to get this crossover to add up to higher highs and higher lows over the next week or so. Right now, we've been producing lower lows and lower highs. So a reversal here could come any day. Day 8 out of this base from the Wednesday, Thursday reversal 2 weeks ago into last week's basing action. Today is day 8. Okay, DraftKings like it. Still waiting for NNOX to move above VWAP. Snap flagging end of day. Watch some profit taking. Same with Capri Holdings, CPRI, Pinterest, and Tesla. We got a flag on DraftKings. That's probably going to keep going. Nice bullish expansion day on above average volume. Same with the 60-minute and the 5-minute. Come on, DraftKings, just go ahead and break out. NYMO is at minus 10, minus 78 last Tuesday. We got a nice follow through, and most likely we'll see more stocks advancing off of this low in NIMO, the change in direction. All right, can Pinterest follow through? Capri's at the highs. Capri just shy of its ATR for the day. Could run up a little bit end of day. It's 2:30. We got plenty of time. Tesla looks like it wants to break out. NNOX is trying to push above VWAP and hold. All right, Knox looks ready to go. Match. Snap pulling back. Take a little profits off there. Snap. Let me look at that. There goes Match.com. There goes Knox, NNOX. All right, I want to do something with Knox, NNOX. NNOX looks good. Tesla looks good, trying for the new highs of the day. Tesla. Capri sideways. Looking for a breakout on DraftKings, a little profit taking. We still got an hour and a half to go. Hour and 25 minutes, so they could see more follow through. Let's see, we're above the, all right, it was $7.74 on the daily range of the day. ATR is, what is that, 3.4? So we're double the ATR. So that's definitely an expansion day, as you can tell, the daily chart. Breaking out to new levels. Yeah. Yeah, I like Lowe's and Home Depot. All right, Knox, I bought some shares on Knox. Looking through if it does lose VWAP. I'm watching the slope of VWAP is starting to pick up now. There goes DraftKings, looks good. Tesla, Pinterest at the highs of the day. Just off the highs of the day. Workhorse, continuation. Capri, looking for follow through. All right, a decent day. We got half dozen or more stocks continuing higher. $48.19 and pushing. Arval is increasing. 5-minute, 60-minute, and daily on draft winner. DraftKings is a winner. All right, decent day today. Decent day. Across the board. Hope everybody had a good day. The morning was good. Then we went through lunch and went sideways for the most part. All right, so Knox coming back. And NOX. Tesla coming back a bit. DraftKings, a little profit taking. Yeah, it's just things are just sitting here. Stocks are just sitting here trying to do something. We've got AXTA, Axalta Coatings coming back. Workhorse at the highs of the day. There, consider taking a little profits off the table on Workhorse. If you're day trading, those day trading shares. Workhorse looks good. Looks like it just wants to keep going. All right, so Axalta looks good. Workhorse high of the day. Keep an eye on NNOX. It might need a little bit more time. Oh, there we go. Some buyers stepping up. A little bit more time maybe to push this higher, get some more interested parties. Come on, DraftKings. NYMO is approaching the 0 line. I'll take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back.
AEZS, a Turner's and Terrace, some line coming in. Alpha Echoes Lewis Sandy. Commerce Department announces deal to reduce Russian uranium imports over long term. Key step in helping to revive U.S. uranium industry. That's a press release now from Energy Fuels UU. Shares of Uranium Energy Corporation also moving. UEC. sports betting handle for August is 667.8 million, breaking all-time state monthly sports betting record by $70 million. Shares of DraftKings, DKNG, near the highs, 28, up 16.5%. That's DKNG, DraftKings. Delta Kilo November Golf. U.S. updates China travel advisory to level 3. Reconsider travel. Also, Hong Kong.
Right. There goes DraftKings taking off. DraftKings breaking out more.
Charlie Gasparino tweeting, sources tell Fox Business. Steve Mnuchin, who chairs the all-important CFI US, has inclined to approve TikTok US Oracle non-sale, while others in the White House remain concerned a trusted partnership does not secure user data. A sale would have been at Fox Business. AZ and AstraZeneca, who is reporting that AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine trial in the U.S. remains on hold as U.S. regulators probe serious UK side effect. U.S. trial could remain on hold through midweek and possibly longer depending on the U.S. probe that hold. Figures now, that's AZ and AstraZeneca after November. Shares of AstraZeneca dipping to the lows now, 53.37, now at 53.65. On that, those headlines from Reuters again, the U.S. trial of AstraZeneca's COVID-19 potential vaccine, could remain on hold through midweek and possibly longer pending U.S. investigation into
Snap looking for a little pop there. NNOX looks like it's going to need more time to push higher. Pinterest following through. High of the day is a little bit higher. Tesla high of the day. DraftKings. Every time we have a little breakout, we get some profit taking into these pushes higher. 48.85 was the high of the day so far.
It's 3 o'clock. ESGM Biosig announcing abstract acceptance to computing and cardiology in 2020. That's Carlos Sandoval, Michael.
All right, we're going to shift back to white. White background, see how this looks for a while. All right, Knox pulling back. No profit taking. No follow through yet. Workhorse continuation. Looks good. DraftKings. Little profit taking. At the highs. 60-minute looks good. Daily, a big bullish expansion day.
Market on close, $200 million on the sell side.
DraftKings looking for a follow through. Alrighty, looking good. Tesla just hanging out at the highs. It's not just going to keep driving higher. You got to look at the average true range for the stock, and most times you'll stay within the average true range. We like to see stocks that we're buying on the breakouts with ATR sloping higher, so that tells us that expansion days could follow and that larger range days could hit the stock as well. So Workhorse at the high of the day, that looks good. Kept the core on. I have some a quarter position of the day trade shares left. That's still working. Thank you, Lee Star. Yeah, I agree. Day 7, 8, those are the good ones. Day 7, 8 after a base or a pullback or a news event, if the stock is going to remain bullish or the indices are going to remain bullish in a trend, they won't break down. After day 7, day 8, gives oscillators and indicators time to reset to not being overbought and recycle. And we see that in a lot of stocks today. Day 8 of the Thursday move lower in the indices. A lot of stocks followed suit. Now that we're basing, we have a much better risk reward level in which to push off of. The risk reward, as things have come off the highs, they're less risky. And once we see these pivot lows and buyers step up confirmed by bullish candles on higher volume, that's going to help us with our swing trades. So we want to see the stocks trade in the upper half by the close, trade in the upper half of the daily range, preferably close near the highs of the day for swings. You've got that on Workhorse. Workhorse is still going. Every time I take some of my position off of Workhorse, it just blasts higher. It's okay. Still got a core position on since the 1650s, 1670s. All right, NNOX starting to find buyers at the gap up level this morning, or the low of the day, I should say. Capri looks good. Looks like it's going to follow through. Pinterest, not quite able to get back to the highs of the day. Tesla, you're going to go. Looks like Capri wants to break higher. We got higher lows, sideways range above VWAP. Tested VWAP, bounced off it. We got a higher low now, looking for follow through. DraftKings looks, I think DraftKings, think being the operative word, just my opinion. This news is definitely a good thing. And the fact that they probably won't rest on their laurels, the management, DraftKings management, they'll look for other opportunities as well. So inking a deal with ESPN and the parent company Disney is a good thing for revenue in these uncertain times. Above average volume on the daily, 60-minute and 5-minute charts, sustained during the day. After the news, right around noon, took off to the upside. Speaking of taking off to the upside, what's Walmart doing? Walmart. All right, Walmart's at the high, near the highs of the day. There was a little spike at 141. They pulled back. Sitting on the 21-day zone. Okay. Today is dragging for some reason. I guess because I'm tired. Workhorse. Workhorse. Every time I sell Workhorse or take profits, the thing just takes off. It just keeps going. Beautiful. Look at Workhorse go. Damn, stock just keeps going. Workhorse looks good. LRN, K through 12 education, pulling back. We've got Knox making some lows here. The stop was a loss of VWAP. That was way up here at 55.60, so you shouldn't still be in this. If you are, it's probably going to be fine. All right, so it looks like we're going to come back down a little bit more and test this 33.50 zone. Maybe we bounce here at 33.70. Make sure you read the Gamma report in the Gamma channel update today. These are the levels where we're bouncing around. SABA going as a Mondo trade in the room. $33.70 being defended at the moment. That was the breakout zone around 9:30, 9:45. We broke above that level. Mikey was covering that on a downtrend line that was broken on the big move from 9:35, 9:40 through the 10 o'clock hour. the opening range, and then we went sideways for a couple hours. Broke down a little bit, profit taking. Looks like they could pull this back a little bit. We've got 6-1 up by them. NYSE, or excuse me, NASDAQ, 6-1. Let's see what the Qs look like. NQ. Yeah, NQ looking a little better. Already bounced.
KNG, DraftKings, 49.10 now up more than 18%. Delta Q on the go.
DraftKings followed through. There goes DraftKings, 49.30. It's up almost 20% on the day. Congratulations. SPY pulling back a little better. Whoops. Here's look a little better. DraftKings, high of the day. Nice. DraftKings is a very good example of news. We'll probably get upgrades soon. For those who aren't already, institutions that aren't already following DraftKings, we'll probably get some upgrades in the near future. That'll help. It's at 3-1 up volume, relative volume on the 5-minute, 3-1 on the 60-minute, and the daily expansion day. Let me see what this looks like.
IDRA, India Delta Romeo Alpha, Idera Pharmaceuticals receives notice of allowance for U.S. patent, immune modulation with TLR9 agonist for cancer treatment. That's India Delta Romeo Alpha, IDRA.
Let me try this.
Shares of Idera getting a high of $2.31 on that patent. News now. India Delta Romeo Alpha.
All right, DraftKings continuation. DraftKings looks good here. DraftKings. There goes Pinterest popping. Pinterest is going. DKNG looks good. Let's see, Capri. Capri, excuse me, NNOX pulling back some. All right, Pinterest, big pop there on Pinterest. Capri, flat. Pinterest at the highs of the day, near the highs of the day. Big slope. I've got volume coming in. Pinterest, big volume. Yeah, I like it better. I don't like these sticks. I know Heart Pumper likes it.
IDRA on that patent news, getting up here, 237 the high on IDRA, share down 20% in Delta Romeo Alpha, IDRA.
Pinterest going. All right, a nice move up to 49.30, 49.31 on DraftKings. Nice follow through. I would expect the next few days are going to be pretty bullish. Pinterest. Pinterest looks good. 600 million on the sell. Market on close, 600 million to sell. I don't think it's going to mean much given the lack of interest by institutions. Not trading that much today. Oops, that wasn't good. We've got a little bit more than 30 minutes to go. Thank you, Karthik. Appreciate it. All right. What's Workhorse up to? Pinterest breaking out. Pinterest breaking out. Pinterest look like it's going to break out. There it goes. There goes Pinterest. Great, great, great. That looks good. Our day trade, Pinterest on a move here. Nice. It's up. It's up 7.3%. Very happy with Pinterest today. Mikey mentioning Pinterest very early on this morning. Tesla high of the day. Pinterest breaking out.
SABA, Cassava Sciences volume coming in now. Sandy Alpha Victor Alpha, $8.20 at the intraday high SABA.
Wow, Knox is definitely shaking some people out. $7 off of the $8 off the high of the day. That was unexpected. Was performing quite well. Stopped out as it lost VWAP. Institutions have been active on down days, not so much on up days. Being echoed by Steve Hammer as well. We didn't see much conviction today. I'm talking about that all day. Tick cumulative, while it has turned up, it did turn back down. So they've been picking up shares on pullbacks. And selling into strength. So we'll have more information for you as soon as the markets close. Open interest will be tallied, and we'll be able to update the Gamma channel, giving you support and resistance and particular levels of interest. As institutions trade around this area. About a 100-point range from high to low on the futures. We're right just about the middle part. We're just above the monthly point of control. Just above the monthly point of control.
TSCRF Sport Media and Gaming, over-the-counter stock with the CEO company on Fox Business.
I'm going to try something when we get closer to the close. I want to see if I can have more than one tab open. The broadcast that I'm doing right now uses StreamYard, which is an overlay on top of YouTube Live, and you're able to broadcast a tab, a Chrome tab. So I want to do a second tab and see if I don't lose the broadcast. I'll do that towards the end of the day and test that and see how it works out. I'm also going to work on a stock chart, or rather a StreamYard embed to embed this stream so that all you need to do is go to, say, the stream tab on the main site. As a member, just log in and you'll have stream running there without having to wonder where the link is. That's an additional feature. I'd still want to use live stream. A lot of benefits there as well. Workhorse, Tesla breaking out. Knox, we're still seeing. Nano X, we're still seeing some weakness. Pinterest at the highs, seeing a little profit taking on Pinterest. NQ looking pretty strong. Workhorse, wow, 26. Remember when Workhorse was 16 a couple of weeks ago? We're saying we need to see that breakout of this base and a follow through on R-vol, high R-vol. We got that. Snap looking good, breaking higher again. Tesla, high of the day. Pinterest looks good. Match.com. You trading that one, Robert? Still trading that one today? DraftKings, some profit taking. DraftKings up 25%. Probably going to continue higher tomorrow. Consider taking some off. You can always buy some more. Buy again tomorrow, unless you're swing trading it. Tesla, Pinterest. Apple. There goes Snap again. Snap going. Snap is going. High of the day. Trying to take out yesterday's high. Previous daily close 24.19. We're trading 24.09, 10 cents below that level. Apple trying to break out. Back above VWAP, following through. Day. Pinterest high of the day. All right, looks good. NYMO minus 11. Trying to push through the zero line. Looking for Capri to break out as well. Exalta Coatings, AXTA, Alpha X-Ray, Tango Alpha. Pushing above standard deviation 1. VWAP bands moving higher. All right, NQ reversing sharply and moving back in the opposite direction, moving higher now. All right, following through NQ, building NQ is doing quite well. Apps Turbine, looking for a follow through. Mikey trading that one as well. DraftKings, profit taking high of the day, completely expected. All right, there goes Apple trying to break out. Snap at the high of the day, that's nice. Apple high of the day. Apple high of the day. Breaking out. Apple.
NMTR, November Michael Tango Romeo. Getting some big volume now. November Michael Tango Romeo, NMTR. Shares popping to a high here, 79 cents.
All those dings going off. By the dips. Most of them.
Shares of US Steel hitting a high of $7.40.
All right, we're less than 15 minutes to go for the regular session. Minus 10 on NYMO. That's trending towards zero line. There goes Capri. Capri breaking out. High tick alert. High tick alert. All right, there goes Capri breaking out. Very nice. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I like when we finish like this. Good. Workhorse, you very impressive. Very impressive action on Workhorse. Sold a little too soon. Sold a little bit too soon. The day trade shares still have a core position, so doing well. There goes apps. Looks good. Digital Turbine. Wow, there goes apps. Blasting higher. Apple breaking out. Very good day. Tesla. Tesla looks good. Capri going. Tesla's at the high of the day. Nice job. I know Robert's been trading Tesla today. Thanks, Corey. Walmart Plus starts tomorrow. DKNG looking for a follow through. Apps Turbine. Digital Turbine at the highs. Nice pop there. Reversing course. Thursday pulled back a little bit into Friday, and then we had this little pop today. Dipped back below VWAP and then started to follow through. So that looks good. Apps looks good. APBS. Qs, we got some profit taking on the Qs. NIMO trying to cross zero. Bullish. Tesla looks good. Capri looks good. All of these look good. Looks like a buy the dip setting up on Knox, NanoX. All right, Snap, high of the day. That looks good. Snap, thank you. Snap still going. If you took options the other day, what was that? I forget what day it was. Might have been Wednesday or Thursday. We're trying to break out again. Snap. A little triple top area on the 60-minute or the 60-minute chart. Let me take a look at Snap a little bit closer. A little profit taking on Digital Turbine on that pop. All right, we got 10 cents, about 10 more cents on Snap. Average true range. All right. Looks good. Not a bad day. Love to see NYMO cross zero tomorrow. Capri, high of the day, taking profits. Capri, Tesla, Pinterest at the highs. Apple pulling back a little bit from the highs. DraftKings. All right, we got a minute or two to go. Got less than a minute to go. Nice. Nice close on Zoom. DraftKings closing near the high. It looks like we're going to continue higher. All right. Let me try this, what I was going to try before. I'm going to see if I can't. Let's see. Let's do DKNG. What I want to do is see if I can switch tabs. And still continue broadcasting. Did that change? Did I mess everything up?
LMPX, LMP Automotive naming a new CFO, Michael Papa X-ray.
All right, so apparently it's okay. I can do that. All right, that's good. All right, I'm going to switch back.
MRNS, Marinus Pharmaceuticals, says the Laxalone did meet statistical significance in exploratory secondary endpoints in a phase 3 trial. That's Michael Sandy, MRNS. And it's primary endpoint.
And back to normal.
Says NDA submission for MID 2021 for the next commercial launch in 2022. That's MRNS.
All right, so I can do that. All right. Takes a few minutes for it to clear up, I think.
EXLS, Excel Service Holdings, reporting some guidance sees Q3 2020 adjusted earnings of at least $1.
All right, that's back to normal now.
That's Echo X-ray Lima Sandy.
All right, Tesla closing at the high of the day. All right, folks, that's going to do it. That's going to do it for me. This is Cousin Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I'm glad you were able to join us today. Thanks for sharing all your ideas. Thanks to Mikey for all his help as well. Appreciate that. All right, so I'm able to.
NWBI Northwest Bank shares plans to close 42 of its 205 full-service offices. The number Whiskey Bravo India.
All right, so I'm able to share. All right, folks, I'm out of here. Take care. Have a great evening. Hope you made some money today with us. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Ciao.